Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hello Zany, thank you for the lurk, greatly appreciated. Welcome in. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Mystehaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and this day, I am doing something that I may or may not regret trying to do live, but we will see, right? Like, only way to figure it out is to actually do the thing and make do with what happens, right? Let me just get myself fully in place here. So we are in for chaos today because I am learning things, and you are going to get molding, probably, of some description while I am trying to learn things. So, yes, it is a Project Mystehaven day. But if you are looking at the thumbnail, or have looked at the thumbnail, you might also notice that there was an interesting little blue icon at the top. We are in Godot today. Godot. I don't know which is the correct pronunciation. I probably never will, because it seems like no one can ever agree on the same one. But it's fine. We are actually going to be investigating how to get actual things to work, which means I am going to be learning a little bit of GD script today, which is slightly terrifying. Disclaimer, I have been watching a bunch of tutorials throughout the day just to get myself in, like, the coding brain set wave thing. I forget what kind of words are the right ones to chain together in that scenario, but it's fine, because that is not the important thing for today. The important thing for today is actually being able to chain code together in the right way, which is going to be crazy. So yes, that is what the goal of the day is to learn some things. It's hopefully going to work. Keith Manta, hello, welcome in. So yes, today is going to be weird. We are going to be looking at lines of text a lot, and comparing things and trying to get things to work. So we will see what all we can achieve with this. I am going to say right now that it might be a slightly unstructured sort of a stream on account of the learning process that's going to need to happen. So I will probably be interrupting myself a great many times trying to figure things out. But that's fine. We will figure things out eventually. To start with, let us set our hydrate timer. There we go. So we've at least got one thing that's stable tonight, hopefully. And open up with a hydrate to start the evening. Woohoo! So, everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages. And let's take a sip, shall we? Alright. And now, what I want to do is I want to actually go to Godot, and then we can see what we're actually dealing with. And let me just see. Okay, I need to put myself over yonder. There we go. And now I should be able to see what all is going on. Okay. So, at the moment what I've got loaded is actually a template dialogue system, which is based on the RenPy style of visual novel dialogue. So I'm actually just going to park myself over here at this scale, like that, because then you can see my little menu down there with stuff. So what I've currently got loaded is the demo scenes for this RenPy style dialogue system that came out of the asset lab, or the asset library. And I'm basically going to be using that as a reference to try and orientate myself in terms of what different parts of the code do. And see what I can infer and get into my brain from that. And then from there we'll see if we can actually build something, or if I'm actually going to just use an edited version of this system. So, yes, this is the, we just go here. This is the dialogue system RenPy style. That's what I've currently got loaded in. That's what I installed for reference. Why? Because I have actually worked in RenPy in the past, so it's mostly familiar to me. So, yes. I'm going to go out of the asset library and back to our scene. So what it has going here is that we have a demo scene which has 2 buttons on it, and those buttons take us to different places. Now this will be useful and important because that's basically a route selection screen, basically. It's a route selection screen, which is kind of useful when you're starting a new game. So that's not a bad thing to look into in terms of how that actually works. So let's see what's in here. So what we've got is we've got the button object, which is that button object. Now, we've got a couple of things that it's immediately loading up when it does, so... Can I reduce that size? No, I can't. Okay, let's see what this is. So, okay, so basically what I'm understanding from what I'm seeing, which is very, very rough inference. If we come back over here, the one we selected was this one. So what it does is that piece of code loads up the scene, loads up the background, the character sprite, and defines the color of the text. Then we have this next tool, which puts us on each following line of text. There's a text input, which we are probably not going to use in Project Mystehaven. Like, there's no reason for it, because we're not going to be doing user-defined characters, user-defined non-entity characters. So it all just rolls through every time you make a question. It also goes through the adds the text in sequence, not just a quick appear, which is also nice. So let's see how that actually comes together. So what happens, it looks like when the slow button gets pressed, there's a lot of stuff that's happening here. A lot of stuff is happening here. Alright, so let's see how this is actually behaving here. So I'm trying to get my head around this. Sorry guys. Sorry. We've got our background object. Which is interestingly not visible in the character selection scene. Interesting. Okay, it would help if I was in the inspector, not the signals. Okay. Because then one can see where it goes. So then it loads the NPCL GD script. So if we go into the example folder and open that, what are we seeing? So when the button is pressed, it runs the script. Okay. If the script were on the source scene, it would be running a script from as soon as the scene is loaded. It was running from the root, if I'm understanding that correctly. Okay. That says something. So now what I want to figure out what I want to figure out is this. Can I recreate this, basically, in a way that actually works and which actually makes sense to me? That's basically what I need to figure out. And omit the parts that are not relevant. That's basically what we've got to figure out. So this is just a temporary label. And let's work in here, because this is actually what we are going to basically be trying to edit, right? So, let's first take out this section about a user-defined input, because we're not going to be using that in Project Mystehaven, right? The typos in this dialogue are killing me, but okay. That's not the point of this madness. Let's try make this blue. Okay. And let's make some tweaks and see what we can get this to look like. Okay. Now what does this say? And let's see how much I broke it. Okay, so I've managed to change the name and the color of the text. So let's see if we can extend this. Let's see if we can extend this. Or rather, let's add another variable. So let's go let's use you. Okay, so this is going to be just going to throw some random information here. Color dot. Okay, it needs to not be inside there. I need to use American spelling. And then the path for this is going to be copy path and paste. Let's see. Did that manage to break it? Did that manage to break it? Yes, it did. Okay. Okay, so what is the problem here? That was the problem. Comma in the wrong place. Or not existing, okay? So it is still broken. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add a couple extra lines here. Because why? It's loading in an unnecessary place. Let's see if we can figure this out, right? So that is obviously broken. Now let's go and let's add another functional talk function. Because I want to actually have the two characters be able to converse with one another. And that means, you know, you have to have more than one character in a thing, right? So now what I want to do is put this here. Let's see if I can get this to have an actual dialogue between two characters here. Let's see, actually. Put this here again. Take this out. Because now I think I see what's going on here. Okay, so now. Let's see what happens. Have I managed to break it again? It looks as if I have still got it broken. Okay. Let's see what we can come up with. Because this is not making sense. Unless I'm going about this entirely the wrong way. Which is entirely plausible. This is entirely plausible. is the thing with examples that only show one NPC is that it doesn't really give you anything to work off of that kind of explains the code that would incorporate multiple characters. And sometimes you'll have a scene where you've got maybe 2 or 3 different speakers in a scene, which, you know, has a very, very, very different sort of back and forth with what you can expect out of stuff. So, at this point, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna make a new scene. And we're actually going to make one from scratch ourselves and see what we can come up with, right? Okay. And we're going to go save scene as. Let's go. Instead of system, let's call it just so that I can have a distinction between the two. All right. And then what we're going to need is basically going to be to reconstruct this a little bit. So let's go with I'm not quite fond of how much of the screen this is actually taking up. So let's see if we can also do a little bit of UI design while we're at it, because Eric, figuring things out, right? Also, that was a hydrate timer. That was a painful first half an hour, but we survived it. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages and let's take a sip. Also, I just realized I'm mostly off of the screen. Let me just creep a little bit further that way. Just a little. Oop. Okay. And now let's see what we can achieve. So, I don't necessarily want to include the background in the system, so let's take that out. What lives in here? This is going to be our the bounds of what we are trying to actually build. Alex, hello, hello, welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing? So let's start with including one of those. Okay, so this is nice. It gives us a description of what the thing actually does. Woohoo! Coming down with a cold. Oh no! Otherwise, alright? I hope that you manage to beat the cold as best as possible and break it as quickly as possible if you don't manage to beat it out of the gate. Being sick always sucks. My condolences. Let's try this. I did just watch the Backrooms today, so I'm happy. Isn't that a game? Did they make a movie of it or something? I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to the movie scene lately. Panel container. Why have you got a panel container with another thing inside of it? Is this so that you can have... Oh, that's the shaded box. Okay, so that's the shaded box. Okay. Wait, what does this say? Starbox flat. Okay. It was made by a YouTuber who's doing a series in the Backrooms, and he got approached by a big studio to make a movie about it. Oh, wow. The YouTuber is Kane Pixel, and all the vids has done is made with Blender. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's awesome. Sure. Okay. It's always cool when people make entire movies in Blender. Okay, let me start by duplicating this kind of setup here, and then just getting the scaling to work nicely for me. So the first thing is going to be a convo box. Which looks like it's just a straight container. I think. Cancel. Is it just a straight container? Panel container. Okay. Create the panel container. Okay. Let's see. And it's got stuff done to its transformations, okay? The quality is insane for Blender. I fully recommend you at least watch a video of his. The movie wasn't made in Blender, but it's YouTube video. Yeah. No, all good. I will gladly go and check that out. Like, Blender is capable of flippin' amazing things. Honestly, it is super capable as a software. So I'm just honestly grateful when I see people actually utilizing it to its very capable potential. So yeah, exciting stuff indeed. Sorry for the ramble. How's your day going? So far so good. I am trying to learn some game engine madness presently. That is what we're at today, trying to get foundations in place so that we can actually make progress with Project Mystehaven. So yes. It has horror elements, so if you're bad with horror, just warning you. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah. I find that horror is a little bit of a nuanced topic because it can be an incredibly powerful thing for storytelling when utilized correctly, but horror for horror's sake is just a little bit meh for me. And sometimes the kind of horror is also a thing. Like I am not interested in exposing myself to paranormal horror. Not by a long and ways. I don't need that in my life. I've got enough nightmare fuel in my actual iteration of existence. I don't need paranormal stuff as well. So I skip past that. Ooh, exciting. I wish you the best, as I've messed around with some game engines before and they can be tricky. Oh yeah, they can be. The interesting thing is that what I'm currently doing is kind of the like baby steps of doing the story-based sort of system that you need to actually run a story based game, namely the dialogue mechanic. And basically, if I can't get dialogue to work, then all of Project Mystehaven as a game project falls flat. So I need to learn that as like step number one. And then after the rest of it, if I can get the dialogue thing working, the rest of it is decoration and stylization, and that all depends on how hard we're willing to make the machine go brrr a little bit. The whole series was based on a creepypasta made a while ago on the internet that just exploded recently. Foundations for the game. Good luck, never messed with Godot, so sadly can't offer much help. No stress. Like, I feel like in the learning process as well, as it would fall under more or less the same sort of umbrella as the backseating on games anyway. So I don't feel too bad about you not necessarily being able to offer more experienced developers experience on that front, because if someone just tells me, no, do this, and then write it like that, it kind of bypasses the struggle that actually gets the process ingrained into the brain. And I can't rely on viewership to correct all of my code while I'm building Project Mystehaven. So yeah, I kind of need to actually get this to functionally sit in my brain. So I don't mind. You're all good. But yeah, I have a passing understanding of a whole bunch of the things that one ought to be able to do in a thing, which at least helps guide the thought process of all of the... I lost my train of thought in a second there. Wow. I totally lost the train of thought of what I was saying. Mid-sentence, that's annoying. Gooey. Okay, anyway. It's fair you would be better if your foundations are strong before you go for more advanced stuff, like skipping levels in a game just to get to the end of the game. Yeah, that is something I've never understood. Yeah, no, that's something I've never understood. That's why if I can get dialogue to functionally work, where I can have 2 or 3 characters in a scene switching between lines, and then you can make a decision and something happens, like if this, then this dialogue path, if that, then that dialogue path. If I can get that to work here, then I can use that structural framework to replicate as many times as I'm actually going to need for the thing, to actually get it to actually do the thing. But yeah, like, we have... There are basically 3 main elements to what we've got to get functional, right? It is actually having the dialogue, because that's the story, which is the main foundation of everything that we're trying to do, and it's what I'm writing for in the background. Hello, Krausic. No, we're not in Blender today. We're actually in Godot. Crazy. Welcome in. Then there is the visual element, which is a variable, basically. So it's the actual basic story, it's the visual element, and it's actually getting the story and the visuals in the same place at the same time, right? Now, how advanced you want to make the visuals is flavor, basically. It's flavor. After you have determined that you can get things functional, and you've got a functional story, the amount of flavor that you want to apply in terms of extra things that you bolt on, that is depending on how ambitious you are, really. If I can get the function to work here with the dialogue system, and I can finish writing the story in the background, then I will have the foundations that I need to at least get a minimum viable product. That means if one of us gets ridden over by a bus tomorrow and half of the thing falls apart, there's at least a skeleton project that can be dressed up and completed. Still need to get back into that and add collision to the terrain meshes. Yeah, and that is flavor, right? We don't actually know at this point exactly how much of terrain stuff is going to be in a 3D environment, basically, because I'm just tying back scope a little bit here. Krausic is helping with building some 3D assets for Project Mystehaven. Whether it's actually going to be 3D assets that are an explorable terrain in-game, or whether it's just something that I can manipulate to draw backgrounds over, that is still all to be determined. It's all depending on scope. So, managing what we can actually viably achieve. So, I think we must get all of the elements in the right places first, more or less, and then we can look at figuring out, okay, how are we actually going to incorporate those elements. In the meantime, I'm focusing on getting the actual hardware to do the thing. A lot of work to do. Best of luck. Also, I hope no one gets driven over by a bus. That would be bad. It would be bad. It would be bad. It's just that that's like, in my household, the go-to terminology for, okay, something goes desperately wrong, what's your contingency plan? Which is something we discuss relatively frequently. Got a city to move and a rain tweaking. Thank you, Krausic. I see that you got the notes. Thank you. Greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. I just want to see that I did not miss anything critically important. No, I did not. Okay, awesome. Yeah, just saw that. Great stuff. Thank you. All right. I did not reset the hydrate timer, so let's do that. There we go. And now back to figuring out this thing. So first things first, we want transformation. So layout, transform. Okay. So the size I want to be right, how does this how are we gonna get this thing to do the thing? How are we gonna get this thing to do the thing? Container sizing. Okay, scale. Move. No. Or does this then get from whatever's inside of it? Let's try getting stuff inside and then see what happens. So, there's that. And then that's going to have name, which is going to be a label, rich text label, and the button. So, first things first, label. Rich text label. And button. Okay. So now we've got things in a box. We've got things in a box. Cool. Now, this is not gonna be the entire size, so what happens here is we're gonna grab this. I want it to be a bit smaller. And something like that. And let's just move that down a bit. There we go. Okay, so that's something. Label, this is going to be our name. Let's call this one earner. Placeholder text here. Okay, now let's see if we can figure out the box. So the transform is not the thing. Okay. Let's add in our very, very, very derpy earner placeholder. Wow, that is not gonna help. Let's see. This is what kind of thing? Texture rect. And that is under the VBox container, yes. So okay, and in there we're going to drop earner neutral. Alright, let's grab this and shrink it down. Can we? Okay, so now let's see what's happening here in terms of actually getting things to sit. Let's see. So that ain't gonna fly. Wide bunny. Okay, so this is not doing the thing that I wanted to do. As a start, ugh. Okay. Let's figure things out one step at a time, right? One step at a time. Trying to figure out how this was constructed. container sizing. Shrink center to shrink end. And that is on the VBox container. Container sizing. Shrink center to shrink end. Okay. Let's see. Let's go 1400. No. Okay, let's remove that again. Something is not vibing. Anchors, full rect. Aha! That's something. It's getting somewhere. It's behaving differently. That's behaving differently. Okay. Shrink center, shrink end. Separation 0. And that is under theme overrides. But that only makes sense if you've actually got a theme. So let's see what else is hidden here. Theme overrides. 0. Okay, let's see what happens there. Let's drop earner back in here. So that, I think, might actually just be a matter of my placeholders being too big, just in general. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up here again, and we're going to go edit, change canvas resolution. We're going to go to pixels, and I'm not entirely surprised that it's way too big, because why? I draw huge, so even when I'm trying to draw relatively small, because I crop this canvas down like a huge amount, I still drew too big. Okay, so that we're gonna take down to 700 tops. Okay. Yeah. So file, export, PNG, replace. Okay. Better. But it's still too big. Edit. Change resolution. 550. Okay. File. Export PNG. And neutral. Save. Yes. Okay. Toaster, hello, hello, welcome in. Yes, we've got the wings on today. Hi. Yeah, I've been feeling like having the wings in play for a bit. How are you doing? Now, let's see. This has got to be shrink begin, shrink center. Aha. Aha. No stretch ratio. Okay. So we're getting places. We're getting places. Good news, I'm one step closer to completing a course I'm in. 4 weeks remaining. Also remember to save. Thank you. That is a good idea. That is a good idea. Save. Thank you. Very good idea to actually remember to hit the save button. Observe my very, very, very high effort placeholder images. Still beats Gen AI, but hey. Very, very, very high production value placeholder images. Okay, while we're trying to figure things out. How did I manage to do that? That button, that's how. Okay. Okay, so now, let's see. This is the next thing that needs looking at. Yeah, that is good news, Toaster. Yeah, I mean, it's always good knowing that you are making progress in your studies and what have you. It's a really cool thing. Well done. Let's see. Also prepared for shenaniganary? Oh my. Shenaniganary is happening. Oh dear. That's gonna be wild. Shenaniganary? Gasp. What shenanigans will be going on such that we need warning? Of such articulate description. Okay, let's try this again. So that's got nothing in there. The only thing it's got a change on is ordering. Okay. Whoa, what did I just read? The confuzzlement is immense, Toaster. I am afraid you have us all deeply confuzzled. I haven't even gotten to coding yet, and you've gotten me deeply confuzzled. Yeah. Okay. Constants. Separation 10. Was that the right thing? Theme overrides, constants. Separation. Okay, so that's basically line spacing, okay? I think it's a dialogue of 2 characters over a skit. It seems that way. When you said prepare for shenanigan area, I did not anticipate this. Wow, okay. It sounds like a very hectic experience. Not gonna lie. Yikes. Oh man, that is definitely a crazy skit. It's an entire skit. Wow. May I ask why you were quoting an entire skit in chat, Toaster? Like, Huh? We were all so confused. I don't meme Toaster. I don't internet that way. I look for tutorials on things. I don't internet that way. Sadly, I legit. Okay, I will admit that largely the reason why I don't internet that way is that I've actually not got a lot of energy for a bunch of the dumb that people do. And I know a lot of people consider it entertaining. I am just tired. So I apologize, but that is my experience with things. Too many other things to watch for me? Ah, I see. I've actually found a store called Soup that sold clothes. Wow. I wonder which came first, the skit or the store? Which came first? Okay, and let's see if I can find what is different. Because something is different. That it's got space. It's now available to you in the Discord. Ah. When the brain is ready to process what it has just read, I shall foray to the skit. What does Krasik say? Various VTubers, new tech channels, history channels, a farming channel, and music videos. That is a broad range of things that one engages in. Yeah, I mostly find myself watching tutorials for things. The occasional video essay on something or another that seems interesting at the time. And very precious little else. I tend to avoid video tutorials. Yeah, I also used to. I preferred written stuff as well. Except I found that my eyes started swimming at some point, so I was like, okay, let's just go through this again and again, because people are missing screenshots for things that they think is obvious, but is not quite that obvious. So being able to watch what buttons they press where in places is sometimes helpful. Now what I'm seeing here is that it's entirely filling the panel container, which I don't necessarily think that that's what I want. So what I want to find out is how the panel container has a padding on its inside. Sometimes, but other times that lack of an easy-to-reference index is annoying. More often than not, it's in a 30-minute tutorial. The part you specifically need is 2 minutes in the later a third of the video. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I understand. That's when you watch it like ×3 speed to kind of get approximately to where it seems like they're talking about what you needed to actually talk about. Absorb what you can, and then try and file that to memory as best as possible. But that was a hydrate timer, so everyone, time to acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. The coffee is cold, no. But the coffee is also almost gone, so let me get rid of the last of it. And the coffee is gone. Okay. Reset. There we are. With most written tutorials, I'm able to scan through the fluff to get the tidbit I need, as half everything else I'd already figured out how to do. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It happens. Do I need this? Okay, let's see if I can figure this out. Okay, let's see. It's like when you've played a game for the 20th time or a genre games, but are forced to go through the tutorial that teaches you basic movement. Yeah. I can understand in old generation games when people were still getting used to things having those sorts of tutorials, but with kind of standardization of controls over time, I can understand that being something that has become much less necessary. I'm just going to quickly adjust something because I think my microphone was getting in front of my camera. There we go. Let me think. That I don't need functional yet. What I do need is to see how this works in terms of its placement and what's happening. So scroll active, yes. Yes. Word, yes. Tab size. Okay, that all makes sense. Now what's the difference? That's the same, that's the same, okay. Now there is a control section. Is there a control section? Yes. Clip contents on. Yes. Okay. So that's something. now what I want to do is go over here, come back to our 2D space. I don't want to extend that script. Because I want to basically try and figure this out in a nutshell. So here, Bread, hello, how goes it? Oh, thank you for that. It goes very closely to not. It has been 4 years, I think, since I have opened this software, and I can feel it. And I was a beginner back then. Whoops. I have forgotten everything. That feels like my experience with Blender. Several times over. I've done so late. I have restarted with Godot less frequently than I've restarted with Blender. I'm just starting to learn it. Yeah, so it's not the first time that I have dipped my toes into this madness, but it's the first time I'm actually letting anyone know that I'm dipping my toes into this madness, basically. I feel that. Spent 7 hours at work doing design planning when actually writing code. Yeah, I get you. I get you. Oh, that being said, no pressure. Now there's someone in chat who actually knows code, and it's right when I'm about to get into trying to figure out code. Oh boy, no pressure. And I still haven't gotten aesthetics even marginally working because I still don't understand where the padding lives. But it's fine. Okay, let's actually have a look at this script and see what actually exists here. So, wish I knew more of code or could really wrap my head around it. Yeah, like, what's nice with Godot is that it's got a lot of easily accessible documentation for what's going on. Please, I run on. If it's stupid and it works, it works. I cannot judge you for coding. Honestly, thank you for that. Thank you. Coding is black magic. Legitimately, it is black magic. How it works... what? So, that anything works is nothing short of a miracle. But what is nice with this package specifically is that there is a lot of readily accessible information on GDScript, so that if you have no idea how a function works, you can pretty easily look it up. So yeah, basically it hovers, tells you exactly what the thing does, which is kind of cool. That helps significantly. Took me forever to get a door working in VR chat, and just the anime still cannot get around to the sound to work. Oh yeah, no, I get you. Doors are apparently one of the single biggest headaches in game dev. Legitimately. One of the biggest headaches in game dev, supposedly. Getting a door to open, make a sound, not go through the things, close again after you've gone through it, not wrap itself around ways that it's not supposed to wrap around. My first bit of code in Second Life was a door. Oh wow. Wow, that's ambitious. But yeah, what's also nice here is that they've got this little window pane on the side here that kind of gives you a preview of how long the piece of code is and lets you know where in the code you're working. So if you need to find a thing, if you kind of remember more or less where in the scroll you were, you can find it relatively easily. Reminds me, the solution for something is in the way of closing a door in old build engine games is the door can kill any enemy and destroy any object. Oh wow. Wow. I fell asleep and woke up again and there's suddenly a bunch of things. Wow. Yeah, I didn't write any of this. I'm looking at examples in the dialogue system. So I'm just looking at this and trying to figure things out, because this is obviously two very separate pieces of code. No wonder when I was messing around here, I managed to break things. But this is the actual system. So let's see what it actually reads. All that for dialogue? Wowzers. Yeah. Wait until you get into figuring out how health bars work. Yeah, health bars are apparently also chaos because it's a lot of math for, okay, when you take damage, how much damage do you take? What percentage is that of your entire HP pool? Make the slider go down, make the slider look like something. Actually have a label that is appropriate for the mob in question. Or yourself. Or your player character. Duplicate that across multiple player characters, potentially. Can I just stick to the physical world while you handle back into the world? I would expect nothing less, honestly. Like I said, I have been on the fringes of game dev for way too long, and I'd actually like to get into it. If I can get into the side of game dev as well and actually make my own projects this way, I'll feel a lot better about life, the universe, and everything, honestly. Like, I don't anticipate ever being like a super smart coder. I honestly don't. But if I can get the mechanic ideas in my brain to do the thing that I'd like them to do, then I'm a happy burb. Then I'm a really happy burb. I'm good. I think I'll leave that to a non-stick me that's fully awake. On that note, I need to sleep. Hope everything goes well. Alright, Alex, thank you so much for dropping by. I appreciate it. Rest well. You sound like you have had a long day, and it is indeed late in your iteration of reality, so please rest. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Hee. I've been on the fringes as well. Yeah. Well, with the stuff that you've been dabbling in VR chat, it makes sense because you've actually had to dive into a game engine to get things to convert and work, which is not to be sneezed at. In my opinion, coding is less magic, more alchemy. There's exact recipes for stuff, you get used to the patterns and using the stuff, and when mixing it all together, somehow it explodes. Yeah. Then you laugh, do it again a few times, and figure out why it's exploding, then move on to the next mysterious explosion. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I can get behind the alchemy. That's a good comparison. Yeah, like, I was dabbling in game dev before I found VR chat. I got a couple of game ideas, but no idea how to code them to make them work. I see. Yeah. My thing is that I've always been more interested in telling stories with the things than necessarily getting... how can I phrase this? Entirely 100% novel arcade type experiences. So when it comes to coming up with a concept for an arcade sort of a thing, it's like always I slam headfirst into a brick wall. which is why a lot of the small project things never really stuck with me as well. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why I also investigated RainPie quite significantly in a previous iteration of Reality and all of that. But it's one of also the reasons why I'm very serious about getting Project Mystehaven to work. I've no anticipation of it being like a record-breaking masterpiece, right? If it's a little bit fun and it works and it looks possible, I'm a happy verb. And then we can always see, okay, what's the next cool thing, or how can we upgrade it, you know, over time, depending on what things end up happening. But yeah, don't ask me how many times I've accidentally shut down the shipping department at work from bad code. I can't believe that. I have friends in logistics, in IT departments, and let's just say I understand. It gets crazy. It gets crazy. Logistics is a nightmare. Oh boy. Coding for logistics doubly so. Wow. As if static inventory for a single business unit that stays mostly in one place was not chaos already. Most of my ideas are more open world type than story based. Yeah, like an open world is an interesting thing because exploration is great and all, but if you don't have enough stuff that's interesting to fill the world with, it can get kinda old really quickly. So there actually needs to be quite a lot that you can do in your open world to keep it fun, if I can phrase it that way. So like coming up with maybe open world traversal mechanics, or ways to solve certain puzzles in an open world setting and stuff like that. That is a whole nother kettle of fish in terms of challenges. But actually populating an open world with enough stuff, that is the number one challenge with open world. But okay, let me see what I can glean from this chain of text and see what we've got. So, I'm just gonna quickly glean. We've got typewriter speed, so that's how quickly our characters load. We've got a variable name for our NPC characters. Let's see. So this makes actual provision for if you've actually got voice lines as well. That's interesting. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's think. I want to go here again. Okay, it crashed because I broke things. Let's undo everything that I changed in here while I was not knowing what I was doing. So that's now back to default. Okay. Let's just see. So this is... Now here, this did something that was stupid in the sense that it's still supposed to be the Aya character, but it's showing the L character. So that's an issue in the script there somewhere. Okay. So that what happened was there was an error there that called up the wrong image somewhere in that line. Okay, so let's figure this out. If this is our system, which basically gives us the recipe for how things fit together, let's have a look at this one, because this is the one that had the error in it. Oh no, it wasn't there. It was done specifically to... Unless, instead of this, it was supposed to actually be the... I think this was actually an error. Hold up, let's try this. example. And run. Let's see. Okay, so it did fix that it was the correct sprite now. It didn't change which sprite. Okay. So now, let's try and change this around. So, if we undo that, and here we go like such. And check. Okay, it did change the character where I wanted it to. Yes. Okay. So, now I've got a half an idea of what's actually happening here. Now we can actually, now that I've seen what is happening, now I can actually process what's happening at the beginning of the script so that it can actually call things through in the right order. So, one needs to, at the beginning of the script, which is basically going to be the line of dialogue path in question. Good progress. Yeah, we've actually figured one thing out. Hooray! We've figured one thing out. Woohoo! Okay. So, what we've got then is I'm going to grab this all. Okay. There was no sarcasm intended. In my own experience, you're doing great as a learning coder. Thank you. I have a half an idea of what I'm supposed to be seeing. Not that I understand any of it in practicality. The theory half makes sense. It's just getting the actual syntax in the brain that is like completely new. I'm learning a language here, people. Okay, so what I need is a new piece of script. I do not want to extend the script to the selected node. What I want to do is, let's see. I don't want to create a new node, I want to create a new script. So, how do I do that? New script. Okay, good enough. Okay. If I could spell, it would be lovely. Gonna be honest, you legit are learning a language. It's similar skills, and in college I was taught by immersion and exposure to as many as possible. Oh wow. So we start by doing the duplication. And then let us change these. Okay. And let's add another variable. Who spends a lot of time in here? Ronan does. Let's make it blue-violet. There we go. And that was a hydrate. So everyone, time to acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip, shall we? And let's quickly make a neutral thing for Ronan, which is going to be... Let's grab, where's here, grab that. Writing marker. Was it this? Was it this? Yes, but it's now way too big. Yeah. 5. Okay. Let's just see, how tall is Dory? Okay, let's go. Super low effort, but that's fine. Why? Because it's placeholders. If there's one thing that's for sure, it's that if anyone accidentally spotted one of these left over in a finished game, they'd know, oh, that was a placeholder. That right there, that was a placeholder. That got missed. So file, export, PNG, Ronan, neutral, save. There we go. Copy path, paste. There we go. This is better than the program I was planning for when I get to the test project. Need to do more writing first. I was just going to use blocks with character and expression. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I just sometimes scroll like a mad thing when it comes to writing, so it's like, this at least gives me a half an idea, sort of like storyboarding in terms of what my actual range of expressions need to be. Because there's nuance sometimes. Sometimes there is, in fact, a lot of nuance. So, figuring things out. But okay, let's see if we can come up with things. So, once again, we are not going to, at any point in Project Mystehaven, have the player type in a name. It's not necessary. So, this entire username thing is not relevant to us. So that all goes away. Right? That goes back one line. Okay. Now currently it's throwing up errors because we've got variables that don't match the labels in the rest of the dialogue. So let's do some scratch dialogue, and firstly get rid of the space between the question and the thing. So now my writing editor is kicking in here. The extra spaces. Oh, the editor brain is dangerous to have kick in. Yep, but let's just put in something that is maybe a little bit obviously, okay, this is our dialogue and not, you know, where. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna say fair, yeah, okay. Someone make it, you know, make contextual sense for Project Mystehaven, because why not? Because punctuation is one of my biggest pet peeves, is when things have not got punctuation where it makes sense to have punctuation. It's such a useful thing for indicating tone and pacing, which is kind of what punctuation exists for. Okay, new line. Okay. So, there is now something that we're seeing here. Which I'm going to need to add in after I've got our dialogue punched in. And that's going to be this. If yes... Oh, that spelling of great is hurting me. That spelling of great is hurting me, but okay. Let's see. This is going to be earner. Best way to get new language in the head is to use it, right? Yep, use it, mess up, figure out, repeat. Exactly, exactly. Okay. We're not going to use the action. We're not going to use that. We're not going to have an audio play out. Okay. Okay, now we are going to do our dialogue image changes preceding each of these lines of dialogue, because otherwise it's going to have the wrong image display at the wrong time. So, first things first, or is it? Let's see. Now that is not relevant because that doesn't happen anymore. Okay. And let's go save. Now let's see if over here we can get a new button in. All right. Now the script that it needs to tie to is going to be that one. And now let's see if this works. We've got a test button that links to the right script. Woohoo! Now let's see if it does anything. It won't do anything because that is not on here. So let's see, how does that work? How do we get the signal on? Button, signals. And let's see what we need to do to get it to actually go to the next thing. So, let's see. So what else changes between these two? I see one line difference. It's just the one line difference. So what does that mean? Let's see. Let's see. It's done. Let's just rename that to Okay. So how is this connection then made? Hold up. How is this connection made? Hmm. How is this connection made? Do we do what? Do we do that? Does that do the thing? Don't think so. That's not it either. So what we're going to do is we're going to extend everything until we find something that makes sense. Connect to test. Okay. Does that work? Was it that simple? I think it broke. It can't have been that simple. Surely. Okay, it's closed. Yeah, it broke. So, why did it break? Because there was an extra line. Okay, let's try this. Let's try. So, we've got incorrect sprites. Why have we got incorrect sprites? Because we have not changed them here. So, first, let's go, copy path. Paste path, copy path, paste path. Try again. Okay, we've got stuff. We've got stuff. Now Erna is still too tall, so things are breaking just a little bit. So we come over here again and we go resolution, height 400. Okay. File, export PNG, save, yes, okay. File, export PNG, save, yes, okay. File, export PNG, and save, yes, okay. Try that again, let's see. Okay, so the size of our sprites is really important. Okay, good to know. This is also going to be really helpful in terms of getting comparative heights, because if we know what our maximum height is on our sprite level here, it's gonna mean that we can use that to identify height differences between characters like Kareth and literally everyone else. Our ice giantess is gonna be an interesting one. Now, why are you here? You're not supposed to be here. Probably because I did not specify. Let's see. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to figure out how to get a sprite to change, and I think that's going to be by putting instead of I think the way to handle that most readily will be changing these slugs. So what one will need to do is go earn a neutral. Okay. And now what I want to do is I want to go to earn a fright, file, export PNG, save at the correct size. Okay. Copy that. Paste. 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 Now, let me just see. Okay. Let's instead of go that, go like so. I'm not liking the fact that it's in grey, not blue, because that tells me that something is not grabbing right. So let me try this again. Have I only got limited characters for this? That's not it either. Okay, that would help if I was writing the correct word. Okay, let's give it a try, see if it works. If it breaks, it broke. So, we need another way of distinguishing. Let's try again. So it's still not working. So we need to figure out why it is. That it is breaking. Okay, so I don't know why, but the fact that the color is the wrong thing is definitely adding into it. So let's figure out why we've not got the right colors happening. So, variable. Okay, now all of a sudden it switched to the right color. Now let's try. Maybe it just needed that kick to the head of having a new line after. Nope, that didn't solve it either. Okay. A space after suddenly made it work. What? Okay, it suddenly worked. It suddenly worked. Why did adding a space in the name label change things? Is the label supposed to not necessarily be unique? Is that maybe it? Is that maybe it? Because as soon as that is the same, it goes to fright, which we don't want. So the label for the name is going to be a thing. I wonder. There's gotta be... Okay, let's firstly make this typewriter speed 20 because that was way too slow for me. Let's start with that and make things better. Yeah, so with the fright, we have issues. So let's try that again. Yeah, so for some obscure reason, having the same label applied to different slugs confuses the thing, which is annoying. Okay, so now let's add one more variable. Let's go in nervous equals dialogue dot character. No, wait. Ah! Let's see. Let's try this. Let's try this. Okay, let's grab that line and get rid of it. Okay, let's give that a shot, see if it works. Nope. That's not it either. Let's see. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to reset our hydrate timer. So everyone, let's all acquire our nearest safer consumption beverages and take a sip. Yeah! And reset. Let's see. It's now not switching image. So that's not gonna do what we wanted to do. Now let's see. How to have multiple images associated with a single character? That is the question. How to have multiple images associated with a single character. And how to get the slug to work in such a way that it makes sense to call upon the correct image in that case. What did this one say? Dialogue.image. Does it? Let's just try that. Dialogue.image. Copy path. Paste. Image is not a function. Um... Oh. No? Image equals? Okay, let's see if that does the trick. And it worked. Yay, it worked. It worked. But now it's stuck. So we need to go and see if this will work now. And test again, and it reverted. Okay, that fixed it. That fixed it. Okay, awesome. Now let's see what happens with the other path. Okay. Wait, let's just check. One more time. Why is it saying earner here? When I want this one to be attached to Dari. Hello? Sometimes just kick it in the head and see what happens. Because this is supposed to be switching to Dari, it's not supposed to still be Erna here. Why is it still using Erna's name and sprite here? It shouldn't be. Let's break it and see if it works. To switch characters entirely. Okay, that worked. So now, if I switch this back to Dari and use the enter key instead of just typing. Nope. Why does this thing have it out for Dari? Yeah, it's still not liking anything on this dialogue menu. So why is the dialogue menu let's try action. And there it broke. Why? Because that is not the right kind of that is not the right kind of thing. So if we go just dialogue, what does that do? No. Let's try add another variable, and let's go with variable. Okay, let's then do an empty. Let's see if that works. Let's see if this breaks. Okay, that works. Surprisingly, that works. But we've still got issues with Dari. Why have we still got issues with Dari? Let's see if that changes anything. Changed something. But not the right thing. So we are still fighting with this line not wanting to go to the right person. So let's write a duplicate. I have no idea what that would probably do differently, but let's see. Sometimes there's just ghosts in certain lines of text, right? Nope. It's like it doesn't want to switch away from Erna at this point. It's like this line is cursed. It just doesn't want to... it just doesn't want to shift, so I'll figure that out. Let's actually see if it won't be addressed by putting Dari on top of the line. Let's see. Nope, doesn't fix it. Okay. Where's the ghost in this code? Where is the ghost? Because this don't make sense. This don't make sense. Does it not like having punctuation? Or does it not like having multiple sentences together? But that doesn't make sense because that exists. Let's see. Are we gonna find the ghost in this piece of code? Nope. Like something here is breaking it. Is it maybe this? That space in the wrong place? Nope, that's not it either. Like, it should not be this difficult. Like, it should seriously not be this difficult. Because I don't know what is happening between those two lines that is completely destroying where the which character selection it's going, because that makes no sense to me. Like, unless I literally go cut everything, open a notepad, paste everything, copy, paste, and try again from raw text. Nope. It's like, for some obscure reason, somewhere between here and here, it's deciding to just completely throw out the entire point of looking at that tag. Like, it's not making sense to me. Like, it's just deciding to ignore Dari's existence altogether. It makes no sense. It's just completely ignoring. It's just completely ignoring. That makes no sense. Hmm. I'm not getting it. I'm not understanding what's wrong. Like, I'm not seeing any logical or illogical reason why it should be broken, specifically for Dari. Let's try and switch that to the narrator. Switch that to Dari. And see what happens. It's like this particular line is especially broken. It's still broken. Why is specifically between those two lines is it breaking? Is it maybe this line that is broken in a way that is invisible? Because this makes no sense. This makes no sense whatsoever. I'm now just character switching to see if anything works. So there, it switches. But it's taking this as a continuation of the previous line, which is not right. Still broken. Why? This makes no sense. This makes no sense. Okay, let's try this again. There it breaks. For the entirety of the rest of the lines. It's like, it feels like it's got a limitation on how many lines it actually wants in a string of dialogue. And that makes no sense to me. Yep, it does not work. It's supposed to switch to Dari here, and it's not, and I cannot see a good reason why. Let's see. Is there any good reason in here why it wouldn't? I'm looking for anything that would explain what nonsense it's throwing out at me here. And this is not making sense. This is not making sense. Is it just not liking this double line thing? Is it just not liking the double line thing on the end? Nope, that's not it either. That's not it either. What is breaking here? This makes no sense to me. This makes no sense to a burb. What kind of brackets are these? Curly bracket open. Round bracket close. No, round bracket off. What's the difference? What is the difference? Okay, just wanted commas. Random, but okay. Let's see. There, it broke. Why? Why did you fall over there now all of a sudden? Because you're not the same capitalization for some obscure reason. Okay. Let's see. So that reset. So here it's broken again. Not surprised by this. I don't understand why it's breaking. There we get Dari again. But why specifically in this spot does it break? It's like the line immediately preceding the question automatically takes up the information from the previous character. So, if that is the case, then let's grab our original text back. Let's try this. Nope, it's still broken here. What is it about the earner lines that break everything that happens after them? Because it's here that it breaks. That's also not it. I'm losing my mind a little bit here. It's like it doesn't like having the speaker change one line immediately after the other, but that makes no sense. Like, this legitimately makes no sense. Like, everything else is working except that. Okay, that works. Weirdly there. But why are you still broken here? Like it's something with these particular lines of text, and that makes no sense to me. Okay, so now the only thing that I can think is that this one's got weird stuff happening with the brackets, but it doesn't have weird stuff happening with the brackets every time. It only does that when I'm basically on that line. Which I think is probably just to indicate, no, you are here. Is it maybe the multiple sentences? Is it maybe the multiple sentences? That's not it either. Why are you breaking? Because there's literally nothing here that would explain the breakage. Legitimately nothing here. There it is broken again on that way. It's like this line is cursed. I do not understand. should not be this difficult. It really should not be this difficult. Is it maybe in here somewhere? Is it maybe something to do with this? Nope. I am legitimately so lost as to why this is broken. Because this is just making no sense to me. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I want to try something. I'm just gonna open up a new thing, like completely from scratch. Create. Call it scratch dialogue. Okay. Do that. Create a script. Let's call this grab that, grab this, copy, paste, Okay. Grab those. Put those in there. Okay. Let me grab that. Put them all in a completely new folder and see. Open anyway. This is going to be a rough thing anyway, okay. So that ain't it all. Yeah, this is not doing the thing. Okay. I was doing the dump, that's why. Close that again. Delete that. Okay. Try that again. Let's just open it up. Let's see. That is not supposed to be owner. Put that on Dari. Let's try that again. Now that one should be the narrator. Why is it not? Add a line. Taste. Why? Why are you double lining? This makes no sense. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. Okay. Well, we have learned something. And subsequently hit a brick wall. But I think half of the issue lies somewhere in this. Somewhere in this. With stuff that I am not 100% sure is serving me. So while using this was a useful sort of a get-going reference, in terms of actually getting into the swing of things and building mechanic, I'm not sure if this is actually overcomplicated for what I would need it to do. And the thing with complication is that there comes a time when it's necessary, and there comes a time when it's bloat. Presently, I believe this is bloat. So, this is the point in the fight where one decides, okay, does one start over and go from the ground up rather than use a template to build out of? And I think that is in fact the case. Because this, I've not been able to reconstruct in terms of how the layout works. I tried that off the top, but things are not doing what I'd expect them to do. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep these two scenes for now in the project, but I'm going to take all of this and be gone with it. Yes. Okay. This is going to now we're gonna wing it. We're gonna wing it and see if we can get something to work. So, first things first, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a box. So, that was oddly uncontrollable, so we're going to ignore that. We are going to include a container of some description. Okay, that will be useful. Okay, so I do want to include one of these, which I'm going to arrange like this and place it over here. All right. Nope. Now what I want to do is I want to create a fake UI thing. So we're going to go something a bit narrower than that. Text box and dialog box. File, export again because I missed a button. Okay. Let's go here, choose dialog box. Okay. Get those two to sit on top of each other like that. Okay, let's see if that does the trick then. Then in here, we're gonna add a label, create, rename, character label. Okay, and we're going to add another one, which is going to be our rich text. All right. And that's going to be like that. Something like that. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to move that this way. And that like so. Because actually what I think I want to do is I want to put both of those inside a horizontal arrangement. So let's go. Like that. Move that out. Move that in. Move that in. Okay. So now we're starting to see things behaving differently. Okay, that's something. And then we are going to need another texture rectangle in here first, before everything else. And let's put our empty placeholder in there. There we go. And here, let's see if we can get this fixed height proportional. No. Can I do anything about the size here? Fix width. Okay. Let's see if I change this to U. What's going to happen there? This needs to come outside and below. Okay. And this needs to come outside and above. And then that one can go away because I'm not going to use it. Okay. So that's a little bit better. It actually looks a little bit more designed, but I'm still thinking that this is way too big. Like, that felt way, way, way too big. And why is this all lying behind the box? Like, I'd expect this to be layer-based, in a way. But I suppose it's reading from top down, not as in the top is the thing furthest back, rather than the other way around. Okay. Now here, reset there, put the empty placeholder in it. Okay. Okay, that should do the trick. Okay. Save. Now, over here. Methinks from this point, I need to think very carefully about what I actually want to have happen. Because this is an isolated mechanic and not an entire playable subsystem presently. So the next thing that needs to happen is going to be the selection system in order to get the entire thing to be, you know, demoable, sort of like this. So it's a canvas layer with a couple of selections. That takes us to different scripts to run. Okay. Let's see. Here we're going to add buttons. And this is going to be path 1. Path 2. Path 3. Okay. So those are all going to take us through different routes, supposedly. Because we're assuming that this is going to be a basic launch page off of which things will happen. So let's go save scene as. This is going to be launch page or start page. Save. Okay. Then, what we need to do is re-establish some sensibilities. Start page. This is going to connect to not you. What does this have? Close that lot because none of that's helping. And that's also not gonna help. Okay. We're basically going in from scratch. Of course, I'm doing this right towards when I need to start wrapping up stream as well, which is also not helpful. But I know it feels like we've achieved nothing, but this was a learning stream, and I do feel like something, at the very least, has gotten into my brain. It's a small something, but it's a something. If nothing else, it's learning what I need to actually figure out in order to get things to actually work. So figuring out the starting point, as it were. It's a long and arduous process, but you could at least kind of see what was going through my head. Just a little bit, right? Right? Ah! I kind of wanted to make myself another cup of coffee an hour and a half ago, but I didn't. Such. Anyway, let's all acquire our nearest staple consumption beverages and take a sip. I'm on water at present because I did in fact not make myself another cup of coffee an hour and a half ago. Oh dear. Okay. Oh boy, so in here we have the most absolutely full bunch of nothing. Which I suppose makes sense. Does the dialogue system need to be called every frame? I do not think so. But I'm not going to take it out because I'm feeling dumb. So, what did this thing have again? Now, what I do want to do is see what we can extract from this that we can immediately identify is in fact useful. This probably would be useful in terms of indexing in the larger scene what we're dealing with. But aside from that, let's keep looking. This one we can copy. That we can copy. That and that we can copy. I'm going to copy these because I can see where they would be useful. But I'm going to take this one out. For now. let's see what else makes sense. Okay, let's see what's happening here. Okay, so I have come to this distinct conclusion that I've got a ridiculous amount of reading to do. A ridiculous amount of reading to do. Oh boy. So, I knew I had a ridiculous amount of reading to do. I'd hoped to actually have something a little bit more functional by the end of this. But given that the thing broke for inexplicable reasons, I have the distinct feeling that I've got to rebuild from scratch. And that probably means that what I'm currently doing is a waste of time as well. In the sense that looking at stuff that as a source material, I cannot be 100% sure that I can trust, is probably less than helpful. So, I think I'll have to think it out again. And that means that I will definitely be spending a lot more time coding offline. Or learning stuff offline, because this is insane. What I do think is that I may spend a little bit more time on this over the weekend, probably. We'll see what it actually ends up looking like in terms of my time availability to do that. But I need to do a lot more reading to get competent enough to get this to actually go places when we go through things. So I'm going to spend a lot of time looking at documentation in the relatively near future. Quality of life decision time. Do I want to work on that now, or do I want to focus on actually writing narrative? I thought if I could get some coding blocks done now, it would save time later, but I don't think that's going to actually actively happen. So, we're going to come back over here. And where did my wings go? Where did my wings go? And my glasses, where did they go? I don't remember taking those off. Wild. Okay, anyway. Strange. How did that happen? I don't know how that happened. Okay, anyway. So what we are going to do is I'm probably going to dedicate the near to immediate future in terms of Project Mystehaven work more on the writing side of things. I thought that starting with a couple of mechanic building things would speed things up for later. But given what happened this day, methinks I need to operate in a slightly more linear process in terms of the production for now. So I will definitely be focusing more on getting all of the writing done first. I think that is going to be the important thing. So, order of operations is gonna be writing things. Like, that is like top priority, number one priority of Project Mystehaven is write the thing finished. In terms of get all of the dialogue and story and everything scripted according to how I actually want it to go, finished. Then secondly is going to be putting mechanics in place, and after we've got mechanics in place, then I'm going to focus more on visuals. So it's gonna be a little bit of a lengthy process, but it's hopefully going to work out. Like, I have dabbled very ultra superficially with code on and off for the last 15 years. Like, super on and off and super superficially. So this is not completely alien territory for me, but I'm still very aware of what is unfamiliar to me. So once again, I'm sitting with a situation of being a very conscious incompetent on this front, which is grateful having a teachable spirit, but also not great for actually making progress on the things. So yeah, I need to seriously reassess the methodologies that I shall be implementing to be able to actually get things functional. Because the functionality is like number one priority, right? After having an actual story. A story can be told in a great many ways, but functionality, if it's broken, it's broken. And I would very much like to be able to tell this as a game story in one way or another. So we will make this work. We will make this work. I don't know why my camera keeps doing this stupid in terms of trying to find me. Is it something like that being done? Is it something like that being done? I don't know. Because it's like it doesn't like me being too low or too high. I don't know. The angle of things is weird. Anyway. So yes, I have a great many things to learn, to assess, to get good at. It's a lot. I am definitely going to be outsourcing UI design. Like, there's no way I'm doing UI design. I will map out roughly where buttons ought to be, but what they're gonna look like, what dialogue boxes are gonna look like, I am definitely outsourcing that. There's no ways on this blue earth that I am doing that. I am not that masochistic. So I'll be figuring that out in terms of who to approach for that at some point closer to the finish line. Like, legitimately, that aesthetics is like last parts of getting things working. Until then, the most default shape-based solutions are not gonna have to work. That being said, yeah, I am needing to definitely just focus down on process in order, because going out of order is going to cause chaos. But we could at least test the waters to see where we're looking at going. And I can now prepare my brain accordingly for what needs to come when I get there. Because it's going to be a potentially not fun but definitely necessary process to get the brain to smush in through the things. But we'll get there. We'll get there and we'll get it to work. So I've got no doubts on that front. So yeah. Yeah, I've got a lot of learning things to do. Crazy. In between all of this, I'm also kind of getting through the whole modeling thing as well. Yeah, just that little detail. Character modeling. Yay. Animation ought to be easier, but the modeling? The modeling is eating me a little bit. We'll also conquer that, but all things in time. So what is on the game plan? We should probably have a look at that. Let's see. Haven't opened this in a while, so let's see. And it's behind, of course it's behind. Let's pull you up above the chat boxes, please. There we go. Alright, so today we have been attempting to figure things out. We've had half success on that front. We've learned what we need to learn, which is progress in its own way. Tomorrow and Wednesday we're going to be working on commissions. Specifically, tomorrow we're going to be working on Sushin, and for Wednesday we're going to be looking at animatic work for Stephen Afro. I am probably going to be spending a bit of time over both days doing prep for the Stephen Afro job, simply because I want to do a little bit of background, specifically the illustration background stuff on that, and I need to just determine for my own sanity how exactly I want to handle that so that it looks good and consistent and blah. And then on Thursday, we're going to let our brains take a break a little bit and play some Final Fantasy XIV again. Hopefully, now that it has been, by then, 2 weeks since the release of new stuff, the queues ought to be slightly less chaotic, hopefully. Slightly less chaotic. So we shall see if that is in fact going to be the case. All of that being said, thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. For anyone who has been lurking or who does not know, I have recently launched channel memberships via the fourth wall, which I use for my merch and voice work distribution. Because I do not yet qualify for YouTube partner, sadly. Please follow. Okay, I'm looking desperately for that YouTube support network option, because that will finally unlock emotes for us, which will be great when we can get membies and emotes. In the meantime, what that fourth wall membership will do is it will unlock a members only area on the Discord server for you guys, where we will be able to actually do unarchived members content in the appropriate channels. So I will be sitting in the voice chat wherever possible to do offline work that I can't necessarily show on stream. So things like working on VTuber models on things that I can't show on YouTube because it might get me bonked at that point, because that's a thing, or working on animatics where there is maybe a little bit of a slightly more spoilery stuff that I don't necessarily want to show publicly, or maybe working on character reference sheets or something that was also maybe YouTube bonkable, who knows, or even some Project Mystehaven work, working on some writing, working on some coding, who knows. Actually, I don't want to do the writing, I don't want to give you guys all the spoilers, right? But we'll see if later I'll do some more coding work in the memberships as well. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I would like to do there, and it's currently going to be happening in a very ad hoc way at present. So do not mute those channels if you want to get notified when I am there, because I will be going on when I've got an opportunity, and I will be working through for as however long I am available and able to without IRL madness getting in the way, and then normal streams will happen thereafter. So yes, it's going to be very ad hoc, it's going to be very informal, it's going to be mute. So if you are doing work along madness, or if you are wanting to have your own stuff in your ears while seeing what's happening on creative Project Mystehaven fronts, then that will be perfectly viable, because you're not going to have any audio coming from my side. So yes, lots of stuff happening there. I am still working on a better distinction between our skirmisher and paladin tiers, if you are looking at the memberships as there. So I am still doing assessments on that to see what distinction will make it worthwhile to go full paladin. But if you are not wanting to just be on the lowest Mistling tier, then there will be an option in between as well. So that does exist. I'm just looking for better distinctions to get between those. That being said, I just want to go over here. And make 100% sure that we are, in fact, all accounted for. Yes. Okay, so cool. I think we are in fact all up to speed. Is there anything I'm missing? I don't think so. Oh boy. Okay, so guys, thank you guys very, very much. My brain is definitely noping out after beating my head against the wall of a line of text that did not want to text the color that it was supposed to text. I have no idea why it was breaking that way. Who knows. So I will probably not be picking up this again in a hurry, but it's good that we at least dipped our toes in the waters. To everyone who has been offering support throughout, thank you so very much. I do keep track of all of the monthly donations, and I've decided that if you donate to the donation pool for the Harrier 3D, you are thanked alongside the paladins in our eternal scroll of thanks here at the bottom of the screen, which is currently going past me, that you guys have been seeing for a while, but that is going to continue to be a donation goal and paladin exclusive for the meanwhile. It should have been on the main scene as well. I don't know if it was. If it wasn't, I need to fix that. I know there's a couple of things in here that I need to fix. Hello, Calyx. Welcome in. I have been internally screaming today, trying to get lines of text to do the lines of text thing that it was not lines of texting. What's the game? The one I'm building. Legitimately, the one I'm building. So we have been working on trying to get the basic dialogue mechanic built for Project Mystehaven, and I failed spectacularly. But it was fine, because we were learning things. I think. I hope. We'll see. We'll see. And this is also still not at the right angle, because it's still breaking. No, they just boom. Today years old when Ria randomly drops a game dev title. Come on, I have been letting you guys know that Project Mystehaven was going to be a game for literally like 3 or 4 months already. I think. At least since March. At least since March, right? I think. So yeah, I have been skirting around the fringes of game dev for way too long. And I've decided, you know what, just go in, do the thing. I don't know that it's going to ever be like, you know, the hugest thing ever, but you know what, I think as far as my creative tendencies go, it's kind of in the right vein. So I do want to work primarily on more story-based stuff. So Project Mystehaven is going to be like hopefully the first of many. I hope. And we'll see what we can get right with it. We'll see how cool we can make it. And yeah, so as far as the coding goes, I am very, very noob. I have seen code before. I have a rough idea of how code ought to work-ish. The syntax is beyond me because I have been working only super superficially for way too long. But yeah, so I'm keeping my expectations small, but my dreams big, if I can phrase it that way. Hope it'll be more successful than you think it'll be. Yay! Yeah. So expectations small, but dreams big. That's the thing. So I am trying to keep myself under control in terms of the scope creep. That I will allow for the project, because it's very easy to want to just throw everything in all from the get-go. But I think we'll start with minimum viable product and then expand on that from there, right? And at the moment, minimum viable product needs to start with actually getting the rest of the script finalized. So I'm going to put aside the coding for the foreseeable future while I try and get the narrative locked in completely. So that will be everything from actually having all of the plot lines sorted and all of the dialogue sorted. And why are you lagging and doing the stupid there? Like, seriously, come on. Maybe it's this thing. Let's just see. Calibrate like that. No. Calibrate like that. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, so there's a lot to do, and I want to do it to the best of my ability. I am probably going to need to implore for more volunteers on the project, and especially on the coding side, in case the brain completely derps out, because on top of the, getting mechanics to do the thing, there's also the minor technicality of needing to do all of the character art that is going to be associated with this. So there is a lot to do, and I have hinted at it that I'd like it to kind of be I would like to make it a sort of a 3D VN in the sense that I like having I like the idea of having like a medium poly character model that can actually interact a little bit, and emote a little bit and breathe. Like, breathing animations are cool. So I do want to, at the very least, have a collection of character models in 3D, and that means I need to learn the 3D and get good at that. And doing that and getting good at coding at the same time is a little bit much. Just a little. So I need to decide where do I want to focus my efforts primarily. So yeah. How do you plan to deliver the content? As far as distribution goes, I am not yet 100% sure. There are a lot of options, like a lot of options in terms of that. Console is not on the cards because consoles are expensive to get onto at this point in time. Unless a PC distribution goes beyond ridiculously well, I am not going to be able to afford the $800 a year, ouch, I think it is, for licensing for a console. So by the time we have the thing even partially functional, I don't know how much time it will have gone by, so I don't even know what consoles will be even, supported and active and live at that time. So at this point, in terms of that side of the conversation, I am not I've not considered that at all. It is a later problem. Not worth the brain cells at this point. You've researched content releases on Steam. Yeah, Steam is definitely an option. There are... It is one of many options, let's phrase it that way. I do want to also potentially make it available via VGen, because that's also a thing. You can actually sell software on VGen. Crazy, I know. As well as places like itch, as well as also on Fourth Wall, which is also interesting, which is like crazy because it's like the exact same place that I'm selling everything from. Good old games, yeah, that's another option. Like there's no shortage of options of places that you can sell your game from, honestly. So at this point, I am more focused on just getting it made and then, you know, getting it sold. Sold is like the easy part of the process. After that, it's because like, or getting it platformed for sale is the easy part of the process. The marketing is going to be hell. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. It's going to be, yeah. Distribution can come once you've got something to distribute. Exactly. Until that point, assume that it's going to go on VGen and Fourth Wall. Like, though, that's going to be like the absolute... If all else fails, it's going to be VGen and Fourth Wall. But yeah, when it comes to marketing, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. At the moment, it is a very, very, very far away bridge. We are on the east side of the continent. That bridge is on the far, far west side of the continent, 1,200 kilometers away at the present time. So it's like not on our radar. It's not even on the horizon. It is way several horizons beyond us. So yeah, practically on another planet. Yeah. For now, we look at making the thing and not cluttering our minds with 100 million things that we can't control and shouldn't be looking at too prematurely. One of the biggest things that I see people do a little bit often is to have a project that you're working on, which is still fairly early in its concept phases, and you start marketing it already. And then a crazy amount of time goes by and you don't actually have anything to show for all of your marketing because you've been spending all of your time marketing instead of making the thing. Like, you start marketing when you start applying final assets to a thing, right? You don't start marketing before you're in polish phase. Because before then, you don't even know what you're entirely worth selling. Like, before you start polish, it's like pointless to start marketing, almost. Like, aside from, obviously, like what we're doing here, where it's like, the making of the thing is the content, but you're not trying to actively sell that to a brand new audience yet, if that makes sense. So, yeah. Such is the chaos. But yeah, I need to love and leave you all. I am brain tired right now. Let me just close Godot. Save and quit. Yes, good night. So it would be alright if I stream more of the modeling work then? Yes, it would be. It would be. Absolutely, because now everyone knows that you're working on it. Until just recently, we were kind of being hush-hush about Krahazik helping with background work for Project Mystehaven because it was still way early in the process. But now that the cat is out the bag, then now we can actually, okay. We're working on the things. What it actually ends up looking like, that is going to be part of the chaos. Look forward to it. And yeah, I am keeping enough of what's happening in Project Mystehaven behind wraps so that it's not going to be completely spoilery. Like, a earlier draft of what's happening plot-wise is available to the small group of volunteers who are assisting me with these things, but since I have migrated to Odyssey Draft, it's all locally on my PC, so it's like no one can get at it, pretty much. So it's thoroughly story-wise under wraps. Visual stuff, I am less concerned about being more accessible, but plot-wise, I am keeping quite a couple of things to myself for now, because we want to have surprises for you, so you can have the best experience possible. But yes, I'm going to love and leave you all. Thank you so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for enduring my coding chaos. And molding behind lines of text that would not switch characters in the right places. I will keep you posted about things and stuffs that are happening as we go. Is there anything else that I can think of right this very second? No, I think we're good. Yes, things are gonna get a little bit more insane IRL over the course of the next 3 or 4 weeks. So, especially like in the 4th week from now. So, please be mindful that I am going to have a couple of ups and downs in terms of maybe needing to reshuffle streams a little bit over the next couple of weeks. We'll see. I can't make any 100% certainty notes on that yet. But anticipate chaos specifically in the last week of June. Do not expect me to be able to stream normally in the last week of June, and in the first week of July. Like those 2 weeks, I can almost 100% assure you that it's going to be chaos in my world. So any streams at that point might end up being ad hoc. I'll keep you posted. But anyway, guys, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Big thank yous to our paladins. So big thank yous to Eldritch Bread and to Zany for sponsoring work on Project Mystehaven. Goes greatly appreciated. I will be seeing what I can give you guys as a little bit of extra stuff as we go. And if you would like to join the memberships, then please consider heading over to my 4th wall, where you can see what tiers are available to you. I will be looking at what I can do in terms of distinctions for the skirmishers soon and very soon. I needed to apply my brain to a couple of things recently, so yeah, we're fighting. And yeah, I'm also going to be looking at seeing what I can expand on in the merch selection over on 4th wall as well. So yeah, just by the way, I have merch. You know, just a itty bitty little bit. It's currently kind of subtle merch, but it's there. It's there. And yeah, if it's something that tickles your fancy, or if there's a specific kind of merch that you guys would like, please let me know. There are certain things that I can request from 4th wall, but those are usually on a minimum order quantity. Things like standees, or I think there's also like a little plushie option as well, but that's also on a minimum order quantity. That's a lot higher than on the standees. So if we want to be able to achieve that, we're going to need to grow the audience, right? So if you guys want plushies, if you guys want standees, then you gotta bring your friends. If not your friends, then at least find people that you don't know who are interested in these sorts of artsy, creative madness things, and that you can drag them along and say, hey, go watch this crazy burb. She makes too many things at the same time. All right. I shall see you guys tomorrow rest well, and until then, thank you guys, and cheery bye.